Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The tempest roared like a living beast above the fragmented islands of Nerdium, where sea and sky melded into one writhing canvas of fury. Waves tall as ancient oaks crashed against the weathered cliffs of Mistral Isle, sending plumes of salt spray high enough to mingle with the churning clouds. Most islanders had retreated to their stone cottages, doors barred against nature's wrath, all except one diminutive figure who stood defiant at the edge of Whispering Cliff. Hobbit, barely reaching the height of a human child, though well into his fourth decade, closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, tasting the storm's character on his tongue. His people had long called him peculiar for his fascination with tempests, but none could deny his uncanny ability to predict their paths. When Hobbit advised the fishing fleet to remain docked, not a single captain dared defy his counsel. 3 days, he murmured to himself, his voice nearly lost in the howling wind. And this one will rage for 3 days, then turn northward toward the veiled archipelago. As if in response, lightning split the sky, illuminating his small form in stark relief against the darkened heavens. In that frozen moment of brilliance, Hobbit noticed something peculiar, a faint melody threading through the storm's cacophony, almost like a distant voice calling his name. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and answered with a snatch of song, a simple tune his grandmother had taught him for calming fretful children. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The clouds directly above him parted, creating a perfect circle of calm sky while the tempest continued to rage around this unexpected eye. Hobbit's song faltered as wonder and fear battled within his chest. The storm responded instantly, the circle of calm shrinking as thunder growled closer. Acting on instinct, he resumed his melody, pouring his fascination and respect for the storm into each note. Once again, the turbulent clouds retreated, creating a widening sphere of tranquility. "Impossible," he whispered, heart pounding against his ribs. Tales of storm singers were merely bedtime stories, mythical figures from the Age of Wonders who commanded the elements through song. Yet here he stood, with undeniable evidence of an ability not seen in countless generations. The crack of splitting wood from the harbor below shattered his reverie. Through the gap in the clouds, he spotted a ship being driven mercilessly toward the jagged teeth of Siren's Reef. Its black flag with crimson trim identified it immediately. Pirates from the eastern seas, likely blown off course by the storm. Hobbit's first instinct was to let nature take its course. The eastern pirates were feared throughout the islands, led by the infamous Captain Blackthorn, whose cruelties were whispered of in taverns across Nerdium. But as the vessel listed dangerously, he caught sight of small figures clinging to the railings, some no larger than himself. His decision made before conscious thought caught up, Hobbit's song changed to a sweeping melody that spoke of gentle waves and calm harbors. The sphere of tranquility expanded outward, enveloping the struggling ship. Waves that had threatened to splinter its hull moments before subsided to gentle swells, guiding rather than battering the vessel toward the protected inlet below Hobbit's perch. As the pirate ship limped to safety, Hobbit's elation at his newfound ability was short-lived. The storm, temporarily held at bay, seemed to gather its strength beyond the boundary of his influence, growling like a predator denied its prey. Maintaining the song was rapidly draining his strength, and darkness crept at the edges of his vision when he finally allowed the melody to taper into silence. The last thing he saw before exhaustion claimed him was a group of figures disembarking from the rescued vessel, looking up toward Whispering Cliff with expressions of astonishment and calculation. Hobbit awoke to the rhythmic creak of timber and the gentle sway that could only mean one thing. He was aboard a ship at sea. Panic surged through him as he bolted upright, finding himself in a cramped cabin adorned with maps and navigational instruments. The door swung open before he could contemplate escape, revealing a man whose very presence seemed to fill the small space to bursting. Captain Blackthorn stood silhouetted against the corridor light, his legendary stature hardly diminished by tales. A scar bisected his face from brow to jawline, disappearing into a meticulously groomed beard as black as the stormy seas. Gold rings adorned each finger, and a coat of midnight blue trimmed with crimson draped his broad shoulders. "The little songbird awakens," Blackthorn's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "You've caused quite the stir among my crew. Small one, some say you're a weather witch deserving the plank, others claim you're blessed by the sea goddess herself." His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "But I know exactly what you are." Hobbit swallowed hard, gathering what courage he could muster. "And what might that be, Captain?" "A storm singer." Blackthorn's mouth curved into a predatory smile. "The first to manifest the gift in 10 generations, and precisely the key I've sought for 2 decades. In the days that followed, Hobbit learned the purpose of his abduction. Captain Blackthorn revealed his true quest, to find the mythical Isle of Etheria, where an ancient artifact capable of commanding the elements was said to be hidden. All his years of piracy had been in service to this obsession, accumulating the wealth and knowledge needed to locate the island that appeared on no conventional map. "The old texts speak clearly," Blackthorn explained, unrolling a weathered parchment across his desk. "Only through the voice of a storm singer can the veils of mist surrounding Etheria be parted." Hobbit learned, too, that he was not the only captive aboard the vessel aptly named Tempest's Bane. The pirates had raided his home of Mistral Isle while he lay unconscious, taking several families hostage, including his own, to ensure his cooperation. "Sing for me when required, clear our path through the howling straits, and they remain unharmed," Blackthorn promised with cold pragmatism. "Refuse, and I shall begin returning them to the sea, one limb at a time." Fate, however, had woven a thread of hope into Hobbit's desperate situation. On the 3rd night of his captivity, as he stood on deck reluctantly using his gift to guide the ship through treacherous waters, a shadowy figure approached from behind. "Don't sing so earnestly," the voice murmured, barely audible above the rippling waters. "Give him enough to believe you're complying, but hold your true power in reserve." Hobbit nearly faltered in his melody, recognizing the young woman who occasionally brought food to his cabin, Lyra, with copper-bright hair and guarded eyes that never quite met his gaze. "The captain's daughter offers dangerous counsel," he whispered when he could pause without raising suspicion. Something like pain flickered across Lyra's features. "Bay was never his daughter, only another stolen prize, and I've seen firsthand the doom he would unleash upon the world." Through furtive conversations in the following days, Hobbit learned that Lyra possessed her own connection to the elements, an affinity for water that manifested as subtle control over currents and tides. Together, they formed a tenuous plan, Hobbit would guide the ship to Etheria as required, but with Lyra's help, they would ensure Blackthorn never obtained the artifact he sought. The journey grew increasingly perilous as they navigated the edge of known waters. Creatures of legend rose from the depths, iridescent serpents with hypnotic gazes, schools of silver-finned sirens whose haunting melodies sought to lure sailors overboard, and once, a kraken whose tentacles could have encircled the entire vessel twice over. Each challenge required Hobbit to delve deeper into his newfound abilities, singing songs of calm to soothe aggressive beasts or melodies of friendship that established brief, fragile connections with the more intelligent sea dwellers. With each triumph, his confidence grew alongside his power, though he carefully maintained the facade of a reluctant tool in Blackthorn's arsenal. When at last the mythical isle emerged from perpetual mist, not a landmass, as all had expected, but an enormous ship of ancient design, its golden hull encrusted with centuries of coral and seaweed, the truth of Etheria was revealed. This was no ordinary vessel, but a temple ship of the first singers, preserved in perfect stillness upon the ocean's surface. As their boarding party explored the ghost ship's magnificent chambers, adorned with mosaics depicting the harmonious relationship between the first singers and the elements, Hobbit's true heritage became clear. The first singers had not vanished as legends claimed, but had retreated to this sanctuary when humanity began using their gifts for conquest rather than communion. In the heart of the vessel, they discovered not an artifact, but a ritual chamber designed for a single purpose: to either contain or release the Leviathan White, a primordial sea entity whose voice could raise tsunamis capable of swallowing entire continents. The ultimate weapon, Blackthorn breathed, eyes alight with terrible ambition as he examined the intricate controls of the chamber. It was then that Lyra made her move, summoning a surge of seawater through the ship's ancient drainage systems, momentarily disorienting the pirates. In the confusion, Hobbit slipped away to the central pillar where glowing script indicated the chamber's true purpose: not to control the Leviathan, but to sing it back to its peaceful slumber after it had been partially awakened by centuries of discord in the surface world. When Blackthorn and his men recovered, they found Hobbit standing resolutely before the awakening pool, where luminescent water swirled in increasingly agitated patterns. "Step aside, little one," Blackthorn commanded, drawing his blade. "I've come too far to be thwarted now." "You never understood the texts," Hobbit replied, his voice carrying a new authority that belied his stature. "Azure, the first singers weren't masters of the elements. They were their caretakers. The power you seek was never meant to conquer, but to preserve." Before Blackthorn could advance, the pool erupted in a column of phosphorescent water, revealing ancient singers, not human but ethereal beings composed of light and liquid, who had awaited the arrival of one whose heart could resonate with their purpose. "We have awaited one small enough to hear the subtle harmonies, pure enough to respect their purpose." Their voices chimed in haunting synchrony. The White One stirs beneath, its dreams troubled by the discordant songs of warfare and greed. "Will you sing it back to peaceful slumber, child of the fragmented isles?" Understanding crystallized within Hobbit's mind. His small stature, so often dismissed by larger folk, had made him sensitive to nuances others overlooked. His lifetime of observing storms rather than fighting against them had prepared him for this moment. As Captain Blackthorn and his men were entangled in liquid restraints, manifested by Lyra's growing power, Hobbit approached the pool and began the most important song of his life, a lullaby for a creature older than civilization itself. The melody began tentatively, but grew in confidence, weaving elements of every storm he had ever witnessed, every tide he had observed, every rainfall that had nourished his island home. Into this tapestry, he threaded themes of balance and respect. of taking only what was needed and giving back in equal measure. Beneath the ancient vessel, the sea grew calm as the Leviathan White settled once more into contented dreams, soothed by a voice that acknowledged both its power and its essential place in the world's delicate harmony. When the song concluded, the first singers offered Hobbit and Lyra a choice: remain as guardians of Etheria and students of the elemental arts, or return to the fragmented isles with knowledge that would help restore balance to a world increasingly dominated by those who took without giving back. The decision, like the best of melodies, came naturally. There were families to rescue, islands to protect, and a lifetime of songs yet to be sung across the temperamental waters of Nerdium. For a storm singer's true power lay not in commanding the elements, but in helping others weather the inevitable tempests, both literal and figurative, that life brings to all shores in time. Story 2. The 5 moons of Valandor hung low in the twilight sky, each glowing with the distinctive hue of the clan it represented: crimson for the warriors of the east, amber for the desert nomads, emerald for the forest keepers, sapphire for the coastal mariners, and amethyst for the northern frost wielders. Their light spilled across the weathered stone of the Crossroads Inn, where travelers from all 5 territories reluctantly shared tables while keeping wary hands on their weapons. Hobbit, barely reaching the height of the inn's oak tables, moved nimbly between the hostile patrons, his small stature allowing him to duck under elbows and slip past potential confrontations with practiced ease. The fragrance of his renowned cloudberry stew preceded him, momentarily soothing tensions as hungry travelers turned their attention to their bowls rather than their enemies. "More ale for the gentlemen from the Eastern Territories," Hobbit announced cheerfully, sliding a foaming tankard before a scarred warrior whose arms bore the distinctive crimson tattoos of the Bloodcrest Legion. "Udden and honey bread for the lady by the hearth." The lady, in question, cloaked in rough-spun wool with her face half hidden beneath a deep hood, nodded silently. Only Hobbit's keen eyes noticed the fine quality of her boots and the subtle way she observed the room with calculated precision. In 3 years of serving every manner of traveler at the Crossroads Inn, he had developed an uncanny ability to read people despite their disguises. For Hobbit, the constant flow of tales from all corners of the divided kingdom was payment enough for the long hours of work. While others dreamed of grand adventures, he found contentment in his herb garden behind the inn, cultivating rare plants whose properties enhanced both his cooking and his modest collection of healing remedies. That contentment shattered at dawn the following morning. The first light of day had barely touched the eastern sky when Hobbit ventured into his garden to harvest fresh thyme. His trowel struck something hard beneath the soft earth, something that emitted a faint musical chime upon contact. Curious, he carefully excavated around the object, revealing what appeared to be a broken dagger hilt of extraordinary craftsmanship. Silver and gold wire intertwined along its grip, culminating in a fractured crystal pommel that caught the morning light and scattered it in prismatic patterns across the garden. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, Hobbit's vision exploded into a kaleidoscope of images. A towering throne forged of midnight blue metal that seemed to capture starlight. 5 warriors standing united before a swirling vortex of darkness. A magnificent sword shattering into 5 pieces, and beneath it all, something ancient and malevolent straining against ethereal chains. Hobbit dropped the fragment as if burned, yet the visions lingered. He knew with inexplicable certainty that he held a piece of Destinia, the legendary blade of King Valorian the Unifier, whose death 5 centuries ago had plunged Valandor into endless war. "You've found it then," came a voice from behind him. The cloaked woman from the previous night stood at the garden's edge, her hood now lowered to reveal a face of striking beauty, framed by silver-white hair, despite her apparent youth. A delicate circlet of frost-blue metal rested upon her brow. "Princess Isolde of the Northern Territories," Hobbit gasped, instinctively bowing despite his shock. "Rise, little one," she commanded, her eyes fixed not on him, but on the broken hilt. "We have precious little time. They will have felt its awakening." Who will have felt what awakening? "I don't understand." His question was answered by the sudden whoosh of an arrow that embedded itself in the wooden fence mere inches from where he stood. From the inn's roof, a black-clad figure knocked another arrow to a curved bow. "The shadows warn," Isolde hissed, drawing a slender blade from beneath her cloak, the eyes and hands of what lurks beneath the star-iron throne. What followed was a blur of motion and fear. Isolde's blade flashed like quicksilver in the dawn light as she deflected a second arrow. Seizing Hobbit's hand, she pulled him through the garden gate and toward the stables behind the inn. "Take only what you can carry in a moment," she ordered, already saddling a magnificent white mare. "And bring the fragment." "But I'm just a cook," Hobbit protested, even as his small hands gathered his herb pouch and wrapped the mysterious dagger hilt in a protective cloth. "I've never ventured beyond the crossroads." Isolde's ice-blue eyes softened momentarily. "The simplest vessels often carry the greatest destinies. Hobbit of the crossroads. The fragment chose you, and now you must choose. Remain and certainly die, or come with me and perhaps save Valandor itself." Within minutes, they were galloping north along forgotten forest paths, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. Hobbit clung desperately to Isolde's waist, the unfamiliar sensation of horseback riding terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. "And the legends speak of Destinia shattering upon King Valorian's death," Isolde explained as they rode. 5 fragments scattered to the 5 clans. "For centuries, we believed it was merely symbolic of our division, but the truth is far darker." She spoke of ancient writings discovered in the frozen library of her ancestral keep, writings that told of a portal beneath the star-iron throne, sealed by Valorian and his blade to contain an entity from beyond the stars. The 5 fragments, when united, would restore the seal, now weakening after centuries. But the prophecy speaks of the true king's return," Hobbit said, recalling tavern tales. "A deliberate misinterpretation spread by those who serve what stirs below," Isolde replied grimly. "They've manipulated our clans for generations, ensuring we remain divided and suspicious. The true prophecy speaks not of a king, but of a key-bearer, one small enough to pass unnoticed through hostile territories, pure of heart enough to resist corruption, and wise enough to unite what was broken." Hobbit's laughter held no humor. "And you believe that's me? A simple innkeeper who's never wielded anything more dangerous than a cooking knife? I believe the fragment revealed itself to you for a reason," she answered simply. Their journey took them first to the Frostpeak Citadel, Isolde's ancestral home, carved from a mountain of blue-white ice that never melted. There, in a chamber of ancient lore, scholars confirmed the fragment's authenticity and revealed the location of the second piece, deep within the Crimson Fortress of the Eastern Territories. It was there that Hobbit's small stature proved invaluable for the first time. Disguised as a kitchen servant, he infiltrated the fortress during a feast celebrating the warlord's daughter's betrothal. While drunken warriors boasted of past glories, Hobbit slipped through passages too narrow for grown humans, following the pull of the fragment he carried to its counterpart, hidden within the warlord's private treasury. Each fragment recovered made the next easier to locate, as if the pieces yearned to be reunited. From the floating markets of the coastal mariners, to the living tree cities of the forest keepers, to the shifting sand palaces of the desert nomads, Hobbit retrieved each piece through clever disguises, quick thinking, and occasional daring escapes. With each success, the visions grew stronger. Hobbit glimpsed the entity beneath the throne, a writhing mass of shadows and stars that whispered promises of power to those who would free it. He felt its growing awareness of their quest, its desperate attempts to hasten its liberation before they could restore the seal. The final confrontation came at the ancient capital of Valaharth, abandoned since the king's death, yet still home to the Star Iron Throne. Shadows-worn agents from all 5 clans converged to stop them, led by Lady Morvenna, once Isolde's trusted advisor, now revealed as the entity's most devoted servant. "The age of division ends today," Morvenna declared, her eyes shimmering with otherworldly light as she and her followers surrounded Hobbit and Isolde in the throne room. "Why seal away a being that offers unlimited power? It will remake Valandor into a paradise. It will devour our world and move on to the next," Isolde countered, her blade drawn. "And do as it has done countless times before." What followed was chaos, a desperate battle against overwhelming odds. While Isolde and the handful of loyal warriors who had joined their quest engaged the Shadows-worn, Hobbit, clutching the now complete Destinia, made his way toward the throne. The moment Destinia touched the ancient seat of power, the floor beneath it dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness studded with distant stars. Tendrils of shadow reached for Hobbit, promising him kingdoms and knowledge beyond imagining. For one terrible moment, he hesitated. Why shouldn't he wield such power? Why shouldn't the smallest of beings become the greatest? Then he remembered the simple pleasures of his garden, the honest joy of creating food that brought enemies to the same table in momentary peace. He remembered that true greatness lay not in domination, but in service. With a defiant cry, Hobbit plunged the restored Destinia into the heart of the vortex. Light exploded from the blade, racing along ancient channels carved into the throne room floor, channels that formed a 5-pointed seal. The shadows screamed and thrashed, then collapsed inward, leaving behind only the sword, now permanently fused with the Star Iron Throne. As dawn broke over Valaharth for the first time in centuries, representatives from all 5 clans stood in wary circle around the throne. Isolde stepped forward, her voice clear in the silence. "Behold the true meaning of the prophecy," she announced, gesturing to Hobbit who stood beside the throne, barely reaching its armrest. "But not the return of a king to rule us, but the return of unity to save us all." Hobbit smiled shyly as 5 clan leaders bowed their heads, not to him, but to the possibility his journey had created, a Valandor united not under a single ruler, but in common purpose. "Now then," he said, his practical nature reasserting itself, "I believe this occasion calls for a feast. And I happen to know an excellent recipe for cloudberry stew." Story 3. Dawn painted the eastern sky crimson as tendrils of mist curled back from the edge of the veiled forest, revealing a scene of silent devastation. Where the village of Willowbrook had stood just yesterday, only scattered stones and upturned earth remained. The forest had advanced again during the night, swallowing homes, fields, and lives with ruthless efficiency. Ancient trees now stood where children had played, their twisted roots already burrowing deep into the foundations of forgotten hearths. Hobbit pressed himself against the weathered trunk of an oak at the boundary marker, his small stature allowing him to remain unseen by the royal scouts who surveyed the destruction from atop their armored steeds. From his vantage point, he could see the captain of the guard writing in her leather-bound journal, her quill scratching furiously as she documented the forest's latest transgression against the kingdom of Dorenthia. Third village this moon's cycle, she muttered to her lieutenant. Her Majesty will not stand for this much longer. Ready the axemen and fire brigades. We return at week's end with the full might of Dorenthia. Hobbit's heart constricted painfully as he watched them ride away. Among the vanished villagers was his brother, Rowan, who had travelled to Willowbrook to trade maps for rare pigments. Rowan's final message, delivered by a breathless apprentice just hours before the village disappeared, spoke of strange whispers emanating from the forest depths and mysterious lights dancing between the ancient trunks after sunset. "Forbidden or not, I'm coming for you, brother," Hobbit whispered, his fingers tightening around the leather case strapped across his chest. Inside lay his most precious possession, his grandfather's map of the Veiled Forest, drawn during the old man's youthful adventures before Queen Isolde had declared the woodland off-limits upon pain of death. Most would have called Hobbit's plan madness. Standing barely 3.5 feet tall, with neither martial training nor magical talent, he was a collector of stories and maps, not a hero from the legends he so loved to document. Yet what he lacked in stature, he made up for in determination and an uncanny ability to move unnoticed when he wished. As twilight descended, Hobbit slipped past the boundary stones and into the forest proper. Immediately, the air changed, becoming richer, heavier with the scent of moss and mystery. Sounds seemed muffled, as though the very atmosphere absorbed them. Above, the canopy wove so densely that only occasional shafts of moonlight penetrated, casting silver pools upon the forest floor that appeared to shift and follow him as he moved deeper into the forbidden realm. Grandfather's map guided him along forgotten paths that no human had tread for generations. Hobbit marked his route meticulously, adding annotations to the yellowed parchment when he encountered landmarks changed by time, a fallen megalith now serving as a bridge across a crystalline stream, a grove of hemlock trees whose bark spiraled in unnatural patterns, a circle of toadstools glowing with faint blue luminescence. By midnight, he had penetrated farther than any royal scout had managed in years. The forest had grown wilder, older, more primeval with every step. Trees wider than village wells rose like ancient sentinels, their bark inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Phosphorescent fungi carpeted their roots, providing just enough illumination for Hobbit to avoid pitfalls and sinkholes. It was in a clearing dominated by a perfect ring of white stone that disaster struck. So engrossed was he in transferring a curious runic sequence to his map that he failed to notice the silent approach of his captor. One moment Hobbit stood alone, the next a slender cord tightened around his ankles, yanking him upward to dangle helplessly from a low branch. His precious map case tumbled to the moss below as he swung gently back and forth, blood rushing to his head. A spy of the Axe Queen, venturing where no mortal is permitted," came a voice like wind through silver chimes. "How bold, how foolish." His captor stepped into a shaft of moonlight, revealing herself as an elf maiden of extraordinary beauty and dangerous grace. Her silver-white hair cascaded past pointed ears, adorned with delicate chains of living vines. Eyes the color of rain-washed emeralds regarded him with neither mercy nor malice, only a cool assessment that made Hobbit feel as though his very soul were being weighed. "I am Liriel, guardian of the eastern bounds," she announced, knocking an arrow to her moonwood bow, "and you, little trespasser, have forfeited your life by crossing our threshold." "Wait," Hobbit gasped, struggling against his bonds. "I seek only my brother." He was in Willowbrook when the forest claimed it. "Please, he's all the family I have left." Something flickered across Liriel's ageless features, a shadow of emotion quickly mastered. She lowered her bow a fraction. "Your brother, Was he a collector of tales, one who spoke to the trees as though they might answer? Hope surged through Hobbit's chest. Yes, that's Rowan. Have you seen him? Liriel's gaze shifted toward the deeper forest. The Heartwood has taken an interest in your bloodline, it seems. First the grandfather who drew the map at your belt, then your tail-spinner brother, and now you, the keeper of forgotten knowledge. With a fluid motion, she severed the cord with her hunting knife. Hobbit tumbled unceremoniously to the ground, barely managing to roll to avoid injury. "Come," she commanded, already gliding toward an almost invisible path. "Ubu, what I must show you cannot be explained in words alone, but know this, step from the path I set, and neither your size nor your purpose will save you from the forest's hunger." Days blurred together as they journeyed deeper into the veiled forest's heart. The terrain grew increasingly surreal, trees that wept amber tears, clearings where gravity seemed to weaken, allowing Hobbit to bound across them in great leaps, streams flowing uphill toward some unseen source. Throughout their journey, Liriel revealed the truth in pieces, each more astonishing than the last. The veiled forest was no natural woodland, but a living prison, a seal created by the ancient kings of Dorenthia to contain something primordial and malevolent. The Shadow Lord, an entity of pure darkness that had nearly consumed the realm in the Age of Embers, lay bound at the forest's heart, imprisoned beneath the great tree. For millennia, the seal held firm, Liriel explained, as they rested beside a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid crystal. But each generation of your kind forgot more of the old pact. The current queen believes the forest is simply encroaching on her lands out of wild malice, not understanding that it expands only to strengthen its defenses as the seal weakens. "And my brother?" Hobbit asked, dreading the answer. The forest recognized something in his blood, an echo of the ancient wardens who helped forge the original seal. It collected him, as it has others with similar gifts over the centuries. They are not dead, little one, but neither are they as they once were. The revelation staggered Hobbit. "What do you mean?" "You will see," was all she would say. When at last they reached the forest's heart, Hobbit understood. The great tree rose like a cathedral of living wood, its trunk wider than the Queen's castle towers. But what truly stole his breath was what, or rather who, comprised part of the massive trunk. Faces peered out from the living wood, serene, watchful, alive in some fashion beyond mortal understanding. And there, at eye level for Hobbit, was Rowan's face, his features peaceful yet alert. "Brother!" Hobbit cried, rushing forward to press his palm against the smooth bark of Rowan's cheek. "Hobbit, you came!" The voice resonated not in his ears, but directly in his mind, accompanied by a flood of images that explained what words could not. The seal was failing. The Shadow Lord stirred in his prison beneath their feet, his dreams reaching out to corrupt the minds of those who might help free him. The Queen, influenced by these whispers, planned to burn and cut her way to the heart of what she saw as an invasive threat. The forest expanded to absorb villages not out of malice, Hobbit whispered in understanding, but to gather more souls with the old blood, to strengthen the seal. Liriel nodded grimly. But it will not be enough. The Shadow Lord has been patient, working on the Queen's mind for decades. Her armies approach even now with fire and iron, believing they fight for their homeland, when they are in fact pawns in a game begun before their ancestors first drew breath. Rowan's consciousness brushed against Hobbit's once more. There is a way. The map. Understanding dawned as Hobbit unrolled his grandfather's map. What he had taken for decorative flourishes around the edges were actually fragments of an ancient incantation. a ritual to reinforce the seal. His grandfather had discovered it, but lacked the power to complete it. Rowan had sensed it, but been absorbed into the great tree before he could decipher it fully. But Hobbit, with his meticulous attention to detail and his talent for connecting fragments of lore, could complete what they had begun. "And I'll need to reach the Queen," he declared. "Show her the truth before it's too late." Lyriel's laugh held no humor. "The royal army surrounds the forest's edge already. They burn and cut as we speak. No one could pass through their lines unseen." A slow smile spread across Hobbit's face. No one of normal size, perhaps, but someone small enough. Someone who has spent a lifetime learning to move unnoticed when necessary. That might be a different tale entirely. The plan formed quickly. Lyriel would guide him through secret paths to the forest's edge nearest the royal encampment. From there, Hobbit would use his small stature to slip through the army's lines and reach the Queen herself, bearing proof of the ancient pact and the true nature of the forest's expansion. As dawn broke on the third day of their journey outward, they reached the boundary between worlds. Beyond the last ancient trees, Hobbit could see the stark contrast of the Queen's encampment, orderly rows of tents, the gleam of armor and weapons, the harsh orange glow of torches prepared to set the ancient woods ablaze. Lyriel knelt before him, pressing something into his palm, a seed that pulsed with gentle green light. "From the heart of the great tree itself," she murmured. "And if all else fails, if the Queen will not listen, plant this in the blood-soaked ground where her ancestors once stood to forge the original pact. It may be enough to renew the seal, though at great cost." "What cost?" Hobbit asked, his throat suddenly dry. The elf's ancient eyes held infinite sorrow. "All magic demands balance, little one. A life freely given may save countless others." Before he could question further, she melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving him alone at the threshold between two worlds, one of ordered destruction, one of wild preservation. Both, in their way, were right. Both, in their extremes, were wrong. Clutching the seed in one hand and his grandfather's map in the other, Hobbit took a deep breath and stepped from the forest's protection. His small shadow stretched long in the morning light as he made his way toward the royal pavilion, invisible by virtue of his stature among the bustling soldiers preparing for war. Whatever happened next would shape the fate of two realms, the human kingdom and the living forest that never should have been enemies. And the key to their salvation rested in the hands of the smallest player on this grand stage of conflict. A collector of stories now writing his own most important tale. Story 4. The first crack appeared in the enchanted walls of Mithra Vale on the morning of the summer solstice, a jagged silver line that shimmered like a tear in reality itself. By nightfall, the breach had widened to the span of a man's hand, leaking tendrils of opalescent magic that dissipated into the twilight air. Within the week, similar fractures scarred the once impenetrable barrier that had protected the realm for 1,000 years, each one bleeding away the ancient power that generations had taken for granted. In the shadow of these failing walls, beneath the towering spires of enchanted crystal that had stood sentinel since the Age of Wonders, Hobbit gathered moonglow mushrooms in his wicker basket. Dawn light filtered through the canopy of whispering elms, casting dappled patterns across the forest floor where he worked. Standing barely taller than the ferns surrounding him, his nimble fingers selected only the ripest caps, careful to leave the stems intact for future harvests. Unlike the bustling citizens of Mithravel's grand cities, who barely noticed his kind, except when purchasing their herbal remedies or exotic fungi, Hobbit's people had always lived closer to the land, content with simple pleasures and the quiet rhythms of nature. His cottage, nestled against the base of the western wall, its garden bursting with herbs both mundane and magical, had been his sanctuary for all his 43 years. The gentle hum of the wall, a sound so constant that most never noticed it, had been his lullaby since childhood. Today, that hum stuttered and wavered like a dying heartbeat. Pausing in his gathering, Hobbit pressed a soil-stained palm against the crystalline surface. Warmth pulsed beneath his fingers, but fainter than he had ever felt before. Something was wrong, more wrong than the Council of Magicians publicly admitted in their reassuring proclamations posted throughout the towns and villages. "They say it's merely a cyclical weakening," came a voice from behind him, startling Hobbit enough that he nearly upset his basket. "Who, nothing to concern the common folk." A majestic, snowy owl perched on a nearby branch, regarding him with amber eyes, far too intelligent to belong to an ordinary forest creature. "Wind Whisper," Hobbit acknowledged, with a respectful nod to his oldest friend. "You've been eavesdropping on council meetings again." The owl preened one pristine wing. I prefer to call it gathering essential intelligence. The Grand Magician used those exact words to dismiss the junior warden's concerns. Meanwhile, 3 border villages reported shadow creatures slipping through the weakened sections last night. Hobbit's stomach tightened. The shadows beyond the walls were why the barrier had been raised in the first place. Ancient predators from the void between worlds that had nearly consumed Mithra Vale before the founding of the Guardians. "Something must be done," he murmured, more to himself than to his feathered companion. "Indeed," Wind Whisper agreed. "Which is why you should investigate the peculiar glow emanating from your herb garden." It began shortly after the first crack appeared. Abandoning his foraging, Hobbit hurried back along familiar paths, the owl gliding silently overhead. True to Wind Whisper's word, something in his garden pulsed with gentle luminescence, visible even in the morning light. Kneeling beside his treasured silver-leaf plot, he brushed aside the foliage to reveal a smooth stone, half buried in the rich soil. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the star-shaped stone flared with brilliant blue radiance. Searing pain lanced through Hobbit's palm as the stone seemed to melt, flowing like quicksilver up his arm before settling into his skin in the form of a perfect star pattern upon his palm. Visions swam before his eyes, flashes of towering figures channeling azure energy into the nascent walls, of battles against writhing darkness, of a massive dragon with scales like polished sapphire coiled protectively around a crystal spire. Names and incantations flooded his mind in a language he had never heard, yet somehow understood perfectly. When the visions subsided, Hobbit found himself sprawled upon the ground, Wind Whisper fluttering anxiously around his head. "Your eyes," the owl hooted. "They've changed. The left reflects starlight that isn't there." Before Hobbit could process this information, the ground trembled beneath them. In the distance, a horn sounded 3 long, mournful notes, the signal that the council had called an emergency gathering of all magic wielders within the realm. "You must go," Wind Whisper insisted. "That mark upon your palm, I've seen it in the ancient texts. It's the sigil of the Guardians." "Impossible," Hobbit protested, staring at the glowing pattern. "The Guardians were giants among men, mighty sorcerers. I'm just a gatherer of herbs and mushrooms." "Nevertheless," his friend replied, "the sigil has chosen you, and given the state of the walls, none too soon." The council chamber rose from the center of Crystalholm like a massive geode turned inside out, its interior walls studded with focusing crystals that amplified magical energies. Hobbit had never set foot inside this hallowed space. Small folk like him were rarely welcomed in the grand precincts of the realm's ruling magicians. Today, however, the desperate situation had forced the council to throw open the doors to any with even a hint of magical ability. Yet even as he approached the towering entrance, a squad of the Queen's Guard blocked his path, their polished armor gleaming in the midday sun. "Oh, this summons is for mages and warlocks," sneered their leader, a broad-shouldered woman whose scarred face spoke of battles beyond the walls in younger days. Her insignia marked her as Commander Seraphina, hero of the boundary skirmishes. "Not mushroom pickers. Return to your cottage, little one." Something in Hobbit, perhaps the echoes of memories not his own, straightened his spine. Without a word, he raised his palm, allowing the star sigil to blaze forth with cold blue fire. The effect was immediate. Guards dropped to one knee in instinctive reverence, an ancient response drilled into their training, though none had seen this symbol in living memory. Only Commander Seraphina remained standing, her expression a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Shock, disbelief, and beneath it all, a flicker of something that might have been hope. "Impossible," she whispered, unconsciously echoing Hobbit's earlier sentiment. "The Guardians are extinct. My family paid the price for their failures." Nevertheless, she stepped aside, gesturing for her soldiers to do the same. The Grand Magician will want to verify this development. The council chamber hummed with barely controlled panic as Hobbit entered. Hundreds of mages from across Mithra Vale gathered in concentric circles around the chamber's heart, where 7 figures in ceremonial robes occupied crystalline thrones upon a raised dais. At the center sat Grand Magician Thorn, his ancient face deeply lined with concern as he directed the emergency proceedings. "Yet the reinforcement spells are failing faster than we can renew them," a court magician was explaining, her voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the chamber. "Something is actively countering our efforts, something inside the walls themselves." "Sabotage?" asked another council member. "Or corruption?" suggested a third. "And doom, perhaps Calavrax stirs beneath the mountain." A ripple of terror passed through the assembled mages at the mention of the legendary dragon. According to the histories, Calavrax had terrorized Mithra Vale before the raising of the walls, until the Guardians had supposedly slain the beast with their combined power. Yet in Hobbit's mind, the borrowed memories told a different tale, one where the sapphire dragon had fought alongside the Guardians against the shadows, ultimately sacrificing its freedom to become the wall's anchor point deep within the heart of the central mountain. Before he could formulate how to make his presence known, Commander Seraphina strode into the center of the chamber, her voice cutting through the anxious murmurs. "The Grand Magician," she announced formally, "I present to you one bearing the sigil of the Guardians." All eyes turned to Hobbit as Seraphina roughly pushed him forward. Whispers swept through the crowd, some disbelieving, others hopeful, many simply confused at the sight of such a small figure claiming such an enormous legacy. Grand Magician Thorn rose from his throne, leaning heavily on a staff of twisted blackwood. His eyes, one blue, one silver, narrowed as he studied Hobbit from across the chamber. "Approach, sigil-bearer," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of decades of unquestioned authority. As Hobbit walked the seemingly endless path to the dais, he felt countless spells washing over him, truth-seers, magic detectors, illusion breakers, all attempting to disprove what the sigil proclaimed. Yet with each step, the star on his palm burned brighter, and answering lights began to flicker within the crystals embedded throughout the chamber. "Show me," Thorn demanded when Hobbit finally stood before him. Raising his palm, Hobbit allowed the sigil to shine forth in all its radiance. The chamber's crystals resonated in response, thousands of facets reflecting and amplifying the blue starlight until the entire space was bathed in its glow. Thorn's reaction was not what anyone expected. Fear, naked and primal, flashed across his features for the briefest moment before his mask of authority reasserted itself. "A trick," he declared, though his voice lacked conviction. "The Guardians were destroyed centuries ago. This herb gatherer cannot possibly..." His protestations died as a deep rumble shook the chamber. The focusing crystals vibrated at a frequency that set teeth on edge and shattered several smaller specimens. From within the resonance, a voice that was not a voice took shape, ancient, powerful, and unmistakably draconic. The last bloodline awakens. The betrayal is revealed. The walls fall. In that moment of confusion, Thorn made his move. Faster than his apparent age should have allowed. He lunged forward, Blackwood staff aimed at Hobbit's heart. Only Commander Seraphina's battlefield reflexes saved him as she threw herself between them, deflecting the staff with her armored forearm. "Treason!" she shouted, drawing her sword in a fluid motion. "The Grand Magician attacks the sigil-bearer!" Chaos erupted as council members and guards chose sides, spells flashing across the chamber. Hobbit found himself pulled behind a crystalline column by Seraphina, her expression grim. "I knew something was wrong with the council," she growled. "My ancestors were sworn protectors of the Guardians before they vanished. We've carried the oath through generations, waiting for the sigil to reappear. When the walls began failing, I suspected foul play, but never from Thorn himself." The borrowed memories surged forth in Hobbit's mind, pieces falling into place. "Thorn is channeling the wall's power," he said with sudden certainty. "He's been bleeding it slowly for centuries, extending his life, growing his personal magic, and now he seeks to free what lurks beyond by destroying the anchoring point." "Calavrax," Seraphina breathed. "The histories claim the dragon was slain, but that was never true, was it?" Hobbit shook his head. "Calavrax is the heart of the walls, their willing anchor and guardian. The dragon bound itself to protect Mithravale from the void shadows. And now it's calling to me, to us." Understanding passed between them, the last guardian and the descendant of those sworn to protect them. Without words, they formed a plan through shared glances and subtle gestures. While Seraphina rallied those loyal to Mithravale's true history, creating a diversion of clashing steel and counterspells, Hobbit slipped through the chaos. His small size, so often dismissed as a disadvantage, allowed him to pass unnoticed along the margins of the grand chamber toward a crystalline doorway that had appeared amid the conflict, pulsing with the same blue light as his sigil. Beyond the doorway lay the true heart of Mithravale, a massive cavern beneath the central mountain where Calavrax rested, its enormous sapphire form wrapped around a crystal spire that channeled power to the entirety of the enchanted walls. Ancient chains of spelled silver bound the dragon to its duty, many now corroded by Thorn's centuries of siphoning. The dragon's eyes, deeper blue than the midnight sky, opened as Hobbit approached, recognition kindling within their ancient depths. "Little guardian," the mental voice rumbled, simultaneously overwhelming and comforting. "You come at the final hour. The void grows hungry again." "Show me what to do," Hobbit said simply, raising his marked palm toward the failing spire. As Commander Seraphina led her forces against Thorn's corrupted faction in the chamber above, Hobbit placed his hand upon the crystal spire. The memories that were not his own, but were now his legacy, guided his actions. Words in the ancient tongue flowed from his lips as the sigil's power surged through him and into the heart of Mithravale's defenses. One by one, the corroded chains fell away, replaced by flowing streams of blue energy, directly connecting Calavrax to the walls through Hobbit himself. The dragon's strength, diminished by centuries of Thorn's parasitic magic, began to restore itself as Hobbit willingly shared his own life force, becoming the conduit the walls had always been meant to have. Above, the council chamber shuddered as Thorn's power faltered. His unnaturally extended life force, sustained by stolen dragon magic, began to fail him. As Seraphina's blade found its mark, the corrupted Grand Magician dissolved into the dust of his true age. His centuries-long betrayal finally ended. Throughout Mithravale, the cracks in the enchanted walls sealed themselves, glowing with renewed vitality. The hum that had been Hobbit's childhood lullaby returned, stronger and clearer than ever before. At the heart of the mountain, a small figure stood with his palm pressed against a crystal spire, a sapphire dragon coiled protectively around them both. Commander Seraphina found them there, her armor scarred from battle, but her eyes alight with wonder at the truth now revealed. The histories would need rewriting, the council reforming, the people informed of both betrayal and salvation. But for now, the last guardian of Mithravale, an unassuming herb-gatherer who had always lived contentedly in the shadow of the walls he was destined to restore, smiled with quiet satisfaction. Sometimes, it seemed, the smallest vessels did indeed carry the greatest destinies. Story 5. High above the churning seas of Etheria, where clouds parted to reveal archipelagos suspended in the azure sky, the floating islands of windward drifted in an eternal celestial dance. These majestic landmasses, adorned with cascading waterfalls that spilled into the void and forests that shimmered with luminescent flora, were held aloft by ancient winds, winds that responded to music, to melody, to the very heartbeat of creation itself. In the smallest of these floating havens, nestled between towering crystal spires and fields of swaying silver grass, lay the village of Whisper Hollow. Here, among modest cottages with wind chimes that sang with voices of their own, lived a small figure whose destiny loomed far larger than his stature. The villagers knew him simply as Hobbit, a diminutive flautist whose melodies made the silvergrass dance in patterns unseen for generations. On this particular morning, as dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of amber and rose, Hobbit sat cross-legged atop Murmur Hill, his weathered wooden flute pressed to his lips. The instrument, carved from the branch of an ancient whisperwood tree and polished by years of loving use, gleamed in the early light. As he played, the winds around him stilled, seemingly entranced by the notes that spiraled into the air. "Ah, strange," he whispered to himself, lowering the flute. "The winds have never done that before." The breeze that normally ruffled his curly brown hair and tugged playfully at his emerald waistcoat had ceased entirely, leaving an unnatural stillness in its wake. Beneath him, he felt the faintest tremor, a shiver running through the very earth of Whisper Hollow, as though the floating island itself had responded to his melody. Hobbit's contemplation was shattered by the distant sound of horns, not the warm, welcoming horns of Whisper Hollow's festivals, but the harsh, brassy blare of royal proclamation. His heart sank. The silencers had arrived. Since King Stormheart's decree 3 moons past, the Edict of Stillness, which had banned all music throughout the realm, these hooded figures had swept across the floating islands, confiscating instruments and imprisoning any who dared defy the silence. Some claimed they were once musicians themselves, whose tongues had been removed and souls bound to the king's will through dark enchantments. Hobbit scrambled to his feet, tucking his precious flute into the hidden pocket of his waistcoat. The village below had erupted into panicked movement, with parents ushering children indoors and elders hastily concealing family heirlooms that might reveal their musical heritage. "Too late," he murmured, watching as black ships with crimson sails docked at Whisper Hollow's crystal pier. From them emerged figures in flowing obsidian cloaks, their faces obscured by masks fashioned to resemble closed lips, the dreaded emblem of the silencers. Hobbit knew he should hide, should burrow into one of the many hiding spots he'd discovered during childhood explorations. Yet something held him rooted to Murmur Hill, a strange compulsion to witness what unfolded below. The silencers moved with eerie coordination, spreading through the village like ink through water. At their heads strode a figure distinct from the others, taller, clad in armor that reflected no light, with a mask of silver rather than brass. The commander of silencers, Hobbit realized with dread, had come personally to Whisper Hollow. What happened next would forever be seared into Hobbit's memory. The silencers converged on his family's cottage, his mother's garden of singing blossoms, his father's workshop where wind instruments were once crafted with loving care, his sister's collection of music boxes from across the archipelago. They emerged, dragging his family in chains, his mother's defiant shouts carrying across the morning air. "Adert, the king knows of the wind caller in your home." The commander's voice rang out, a chilling baritone that seemed to swallow the surrounding sounds. "Surrender the flautist, and your punishment shall be merely exile. Resist, and join those who feed the great tempest." Hobbit's body went cold. Somehow, the king had learned of his morning melodies. Perhaps a traveler had passed through, or perhaps the winds themselves had carried his notes to unwelcome ears. Regardless, he knew what he must do, but before he could descend and offer himself in exchange for his family's freedom, a hand clamped over his mouth. Hobbit struggled against the iron grip until a voice hissed in his ear, "Still yourself, little musician. Your capture will save no one." When the hand released him, Hobbit spun to face a figure that seemed composed of shadows and starlight, tall and lithe, with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair as black as a moonless night. The stranger exuded an aura of dangerous grace. "Who?" Hobbit began, but the stranger silenced him with a swift gesture. "Adui, I am Kalen, hunter of shadows, and you, small one, have stirred the winds with your music in ways not seen for centuries." The stranger's voice carried a musical quality of its own, though it spoke rather than sang. "The king seeks you not for punishment, but for power. Your family is merely bait." Hobbit's mind reeled. "I don't understand. I'm just a village flautist." Kalen's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. "You are a wind caller, perhaps the last of your kind. Your melodies don't merely please the ear, they command the ancient winds that keep our islands aloft." Below, the silencers were loading Hobbit's family onto their ship. Time was slipping away like sand through fingers. "I must save them," Hobbit insisted, reaching for his flute. "And you shall," Kalen replied, "but not through surrender. The king plans to harness your gift to unify the floating islands into one landmass, to fulfill the prophecy of convergence." Why would he want that? Because beneath the scattered islands lies something ancient and terrible, something that can only be accessed when the archipelago becomes whole once more. Hobbit hesitated, torn between immediate action and the greater implications of Kalen's words. "Oh, what would you have me do?" "Come with me to find the lost instruments of the celestial orchestra, artifacts of immense power. With them, even one as small as you could challenge the king and free your family." Kalen extended a hand adorned with intricate silver rings. "Or stay, surrender, and watch as Stormheart uses your gift to unleash a power beyond reckoning." As the black ships began to pull away from the crystal pier, Hobbit made his decision. He took Kalen's hand, feeling as though he grasped fate itself. Their journey began that very hour, as they descended from Whisper Hollow using a skiff that Kalen had hidden in a cave beneath Murmur Hill. The vessel, crafted from silvery metal and propelled by whispered commands rather than sails, carried them between the floating islands with silent speed. Kalen explained that the celestial orchestra had once consisted of 7 instruments, each attuned to an element of etheria, wind, water, fire, earth, light, shadow, and spirit. When played together by skilled musicians, they could reshape reality itself. After the great calamity centuries ago, the instruments had been scattered across the archipelago to prevent their misuse. Their first destination was the island of Evermist, where perpetual fog concealed ancient ruins and creatures of legend. Here, Calen believed, lay the harp of tides, the first of the celestial instruments. As they navigated through the dense fog, Hobbit practiced with his flute, discovering with growing wonder that certain melodies could indeed influence the surrounding winds. Under Calen's guidance, he learned to create gentle breezes, swirling vortices, and even momentary vacuums with nothing but carefully arranged notes. "The king's silencers pursue us," Calen warned as they moored their skiff at a dilapidated dock. "They are not far behind." The ruins of Evermist loomed through the fog like the skeleton of some enormous beast. Columns of weathered stone rose into the mist, carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. As they ventured deeper into the ancient complex, Hobbit felt the weight of countless eyes upon them. "The Mist Watchers," Calen explained in a hushed tone, "guardians bound to this place. They will not harm us unless we seek to damage the ruins." In the heart of the complex, they discovered a chamber open to the sky, where the eternal fog parted to reveal the stars above. At its center stood a pool of water so still it mirrored the heavens perfectly, creating the illusion of infinite space above and below. Floating above the pool was the Harp of Tides, a delicate construction of coral, pearl, and strings that appeared to be woven from moonlight itself. "How do we claim it?" Hobbit whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter the ethereal instrument. "We don't claim it," Calen replied. "It must accept you." Taking a deep breath, Hobbit stepped to the edge of the pool and raised his flute to his lips. The melody that emerged surprised even him. A song of longing, of distant shores and returning tides, of depths unplumbed and surfaces untroubled. As the last note faded, the Harp of Tides resonated in response, its strings vibrating without touch to produce harmonies that made the water in the pool dance in intricate patterns. Slowly, the harp drifted toward Hobbit, shrinking as it approached until it was small enough to fit in his palm. Yet when he touched it, he sensed the vast power contained within, like holding an ocean in his hand. Their triumph was short-lived. As they turned to leave, they found their path blocked by silencers, led by the silver-masked commander. "The king's patience wears thin. Windcaller," the commander's hollow voice echoed through the chamber. "Come willingly, and your family shall live in comfort. Resist, and they feed the tempest tomorrow." Hobbit felt fear grip his heart, but beside him, Calen had drawn twin blades of curious design, black metal etched with silver runes that seemed to drink the surrounding light. "Play, little musician," Calen urged. "Would play, as your life depends upon it." And so, with the silencers advancing and Calen's blades weaving a deadly dance of protection, Hobbit raised both his flute and the miniaturized Harp of Tides. The melody that emerged when both instruments sounded together shook the very foundations of Evermist, summoning winds that howled through the ruins and waters that rose from the pool in spiraling columns. The silencers faltered, their coordinated movements disrupted by the elemental fury Hobbit had unknowingly unleashed. In the chaos, Calen grabbed Hobbit and fled toward their skiff, cutting down any who blocked their path with fluid precision. As they escaped into the endless fog, Hobbit gazed back at the ruins, where the winds and waters still raged in chaotic harmony. In that moment, he understood the true power he wielded and the terrible responsibility it entailed. "One down, 6 to go," Calen said, steering their skiff into the clouds. The flute of zephyrs awaits on the island of Skydancer. And after that, Hobbit finished, his voice firmer than before, we face the king and free my family. Above them, storm clouds gathered, as though the sky itself anticipated the confrontation to come. Within his small chest, Hobbit's heart thundered with newfound purpose. He was no longer merely a village flautist, he was a wind caller, perhaps the last of his kind, and the song of storms now played through his very soul. The journey had only just begun, and already the winds of change swept through the floating archipelago, carrying whispers of resistance, of music returning to a silenced realm, and of a small hero whose courage would shake the very heavens. Story 6. Twilight draped its violet mantle over the high towers of LOTR's royal citadel, the last golden rays of sunlight igniting the crystal spires with ethereal fire. Far below the grandeur of alabaster battlements and arched windows of stained glass, Hobbit worked the rich soil of the king's private garden, his small hands gently coaxing a reluctant moon blossom to unfurl its silver petals. The flower resisted, sensing something amiss in the air that its caretaker had been feeling for weeks. "Come now," Hobbit whispered, his voice barely louder than the evening breeze. "His Majesty will be walking the paths soon. Your light brings him comfort in these troubled times." At the mention of King Eldrath, the blossom relented, slowly opening to release its soft luminescence into the gathering dusk. Hobbit smiled, though worry creased his normally cheerful face. Standing barely 3 feet tall, with curly auburn hair and keen hazel eyes, he seemed almost a fixture of the garden itself, often overlooked by the nobility who strode its paths, yet integral to its enduring splendor. For 30 seasons, Hobbit had tended the royal gardens, earning a rare privilege among his kind, quarters within the citadel walls, rather than in the lower town where most small folk dwelled. This position had granted him an unexpected friendship with Prince Therin, who had discovered Hobbit singing to the roses as a child and been enchanted by his gentle ways with growing things. The sound of approaching footsteps pulled Hobbit from his reverie, not the measured stride of the king, but the hurried pace of the prince himself. Therin appeared around a hedge of silverleaf, his normally composed features tight with anxiety. "Hobbit," he called, voice lowered despite their solitude, "I must speak with you." The gardener bowed respectfully. "Of course, Your Highness. The lilac alcove offers privacy." Moments later, seated on a stone bench beneath the heavy scent of night-blooming lilacs, Therin's royal demeanor crumbled. "It's father," he confessed, running fingers through his golden hair. "The changes are accelerating." This morning, during council, his shadow moved independently of his body. Several ministers noticed but dared not speak of it. Hobbit's small hands gripped his gardening shears more tightly. For months, he had observed the king's gradual transformation, how shadows clung to him overlong, how his once warm eyes grew increasingly distant, how plants withered slightly when he passed too near. As royal gardener, Hobbit noticed what others missed in the subtle language of growing things. "The crown," Hobbit said quietly. "It all began after the midwinter ceremony, when His Majesty first wore the crown of ashes. The ancient relic, traditionally worn only during the realm's most sacred ceremonies, had been recently restored after centuries in the royal vault. Crafted of a strange metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the crown was said to contain the wisdom of LOTR's first rulers, forged in the same fires that had tempered the kingdom itself." "I fear you're right," Therin admitted, "but few would believe a darkness lurks in our most sacred artifact, especially with armies gathering at our eastern borders. The people need symbols of strength now, not rumors of a curse upon their king." News of approaching forces had reached the citadel 3 days prior. armies led by the mysterious sorceress Nivara, whose powers were said to command both elements and shadow beasts from the nether realms. Many whispered that she had cast some malevolent spell upon the crown from afar, weakening Eloria from within before her assault. Hobbit plucked a lilac sprig, rolling it between his fingers. "There is law," he said hesitantly, "among my grandmother's people. Tales of the crown's twin nature, both boon and bane. It grants wisdom, but exacts a price from those not meant to bear it." Before Therin could respond, a chill wind swept through the garden, extinguishing the delicate lanterns along the paths. In the sudden darkness, a figure appeared at the garden's edge, King Eldrath himself, his tall frame silhouetted against the stars. But something was terribly wrong with the royal shadow. It stretched and writhed across the ground like living smoke, extending tendrils toward the conversing pair. "My son," the king's voice rasped, deeper and more hollow than it should have been, "and his little confidant." The last word carried a tone of disdain that had never been present in the kind monarch's speech before. Therin rose immediately. "Father, you should be resting before tomorrow's council." "Rest?" The king's laugh held no warmth. "While eastern forces gather and traitors whisper in my own garden, I think not." As he approached, moonlight revealed his face, still handsome and regal, but altered. Veins of shadow pulsed beneath his skin like black rivers, and his eyes now shone with an inner darkness that extinguished the moon blossoms as he passed. "Lord Vermithrax attends me well," the king continued, referencing the royal advisor who had appeared at court shortly before the crown's restoration. "He alone understands the power needed to crush our enemies." Hobbit had never trusted the tall, gaunt advisor whose cold gaze always seemed to look through smaller folk rather than at them. Yet Vermithrax had quickly become indispensable to the king, particularly since the crown of ashes had been returned to royal ceremonies. "Your Majesty," Hobbit found himself speaking, driven by a loyalty deeper than fear. "So perhaps the crown might rest in the vault until after the eastern threat is resolved. Its power is ancient and not fully understood." "Silence!" The king's roar shook petals from the lilacs. "You forget your place, gardener. Tend to your flowers and leave matters of state to those born to shoulder them." With that, he turned and strode away, his shadow lingering momentarily to regard them with malevolence before slithering after its master. When the king had gone, Therin gripped Hobbit's shoulder. "You've always seen what others miss, old friend. If the crown truly bears some curse, who might know its nature and remedy?" "The oracles of Lysander," Hobbit replied without hesitation. "In the Crystal Mountains, my grandmother once journeyed there in her youth, seeking wisdom for her ailing tribe. They keep knowledge from the Dawn Age, before Eloria's founding." Determination hardened the prince's features. "Then I must seek them out before Nivara's forces arrive." "No," Hobbit countered, surprising himself with his firmness. "You must remain here, stabilize the council, and ensure Lord Vermithrax doesn't further isolate your father. I will journey to the oracles." "You?" Concern flooded Therin's face. "And the path is treacherous, crossing leagues of wild lands. The small folk aren't known for adventures." Hobbit's smile carried a hint of sadness. "Perhaps that's why we're overlooked by forces of darkness. My size allows me to pass unnoticed where a prince would draw every eye, and I know the wild plants, which heal, which harm, which hide. The journey is perilous, yes, but Eloria's need outweighs the danger." As pink-gold dawn broke over the eastern horizon 3 mornings later, Hobbit slipped from the citadel through the gardener's gate, carrying only a small pack with essential supplies and a locket containing a single royal hair, necessary, the ancient texts said, to bind any cure to the afflicted. Prince Therin had arranged for a pony at the outlying farms, along with maps and a modest supply of coins hidden in Hobbit's walking staff. The journey proved every bit as harrowing as expected. Hobbit traversed dense forests where shadow wolves prowled between ancient trees, forded rivers whose current sought to drag him to watery graves, and crossed windswept moors where mirages of home nearly lured him off safe paths. At each obstacle, his small stature and knowledge of growing things served him well. Hidden passages through bramble thickets too dense for larger folk, mushrooms that granted temporary strength when correctly prepared, berries whose juice dispelled illusions when applied to one's eyelids. After a fortnight of travel, the crystal mountains rose before him, their peaks catching sunlight and fracturing it into rainbows that danced across the slopes. The sanctuary of the oracles perched on a high plateau, a temple of quartz and moonstone that seemed to grow organically from the mountain itself, rather than being built upon it. The oracles themselves were not as Hobbit had imagined. Rather than austere sages, he found three sisters with skin like polished mahogany and eyes of swirling silver who welcomed him with unexpected warmth, as though his arrival fulfilled some long-anticipated prophecy. "The bearer of the blighted crown sends a small champion," observed the eldest, whose white hair was woven with crystals that chimed softly as she moved. How fitting that what was broken by pride might be mended by humility. For 3 days, Hobbit learned the true history of the Crown of Ashes, forged not as a symbol of authority, but as a prison. Within its twisted metal lay trapped a fragment of ancient darkness, a splinter of the void entity that had nearly consumed the world during the primordial war. The first kings of Eoloria had sacrificed much to contain this darkness, passing the burden of guardianship through their bloodline, each monarch bearing the crown briefly during sacred ceremonies before returning it to its vault where protective wards contained its influence. "But someone has tampered with the ancient wards," explained the youngest oracle, demonstrating with patterns of light cast through crystal, allowing the entity to whisper into the mind of its wearer, gradually corrupting them to serve its purposes. "Lord Vermithrax," Hobbit whispered, pieces falling into place. "He appeared shortly before the crown's restoration." The middle sister nodded grimly. "A vessel, most likely." "The entity has waited millennia for freedom. What's a few decades, inhabiting a mortal form to orchestrate its release? Even now, it divides your kingdom, weakening it against external threats while corrupting it from within." Then Nivara's attack is no coincidence, Hobbit realized. "Perception serves you well, small one," the eldest oracle confirmed, "but not in the way you imagine. The Eastern sorceress is not the entity's ally, but its greatest threat, for she alone possesses the blood right to mend what has been broken." With this revelation came the truth that shattered all Hobbit had believed. Nivara was no foreign sorceress, but the king's sister, long thought dead, who had fled the kingdom decades ago after foreseeing the crown's corruption in prophetic dreams. Her invasion was in fact a desperate attempt to reach her brother before the transformation became irreversible. Armed with this knowledge and a crystal vial of purifying essence distilled from the tears of the oracles themselves, Hobbit began the journey home. Where the outward path had taken a fortnight, necessity drove him to return in half that time, pushed by rumors that Nivara's forces had reached Eloria's outer settlements. He arrived to find the kingdom in chaos. The citadel's lower rings had been evacuated, their inhabitants pressed into military service against the approaching enemy. King Eldrath, now rarely seen in daylight, issued proclamations from darkened chambers, his orders increasingly erratic and harsh. Prince Therin walked a dangerous line between public loyalty and private resistance, protecting those he could from his father's more disturbing decrees. Lord Vermithrax, meanwhile, had been elevated to Lord High Chancellor, his influence now exceeding even that of the royal bloodline. Guards loyal to him controlled access to the king, and whispers spread of dissenters vanishing in the night, taken to dungeons deep beneath the citadel. Slipping back into the royal gardens through forgotten passages known only to those who tended them, Hobbit found Prince Therin waiting in their lilac alcove, his face haggard from weeks of strain. The eastern forces reached the outer wall at dawn, the prince reported. Father has ordered every able-bodied citizen to the battlements, with execution for any who refuse. Vermithrax speaks constantly in his ear, and the crown. He wears it always now, even in sleep. Hobbit shared what he had learned from the oracles, watching shock and then desperate hope dawn on his friend's face. "My aunt lives," Therin whispered. "All this time, we believed the tales of her death in the northern wastes. She comes not as conqueror, but savior," Hobbit confirmed. "But we must reach your father before Lord Vermithrax realizes I've returned with the means to break the crown's hold." Their plan formed quickly, born of necessity and the intimate knowledge of the citadel's rhythms that only a lifelong resident could possess. While the majority of the court's attention focused on the eastern approach, Hobbit would use the gardener's hidden passages to reach the king's private chambers. Prince Therin would create a diversion in the war room, drawing Vermithrax away from his constant vigil over the king. As crimson sunset bleeding into indigo twilight, Hobbit made his way through narrow tunnels originally designed for servicing the citadel's ancient heating systems. His small size, once again proving advantageous where even a slender human would have struggled to pass, allowed him to emerge undetected behind a tapestry in the king's bedchamber. The sight that greeted him froze the blood in his veins. King Eldrath lay upon his enormous bed, seemingly asleep, the crown of ashes upon his head. But the king's body was now almost translucent, his skin like clouded glass through which shadows writhed and pulsed. The crown itself had changed as well, growing tendrils that burrowed into the king's temples like metallic roots seeking sustenance. Worst of all, Lord Vermithrax had not accompanied Prince Therin to the war room as planned. He stood at the foot of the royal bed, hands raised in intricate gestures, speaking words in a language that hurt Hobbit's ears and made the air itself seem to curdle around him. Moving on instinct rather than plan, Hobbit lunged from his hiding place, the crystal vial clutched in his small hand. Vermithrax whirled at the intrusion, his features contorting with inhuman rage. "The gardener," he hissed, voice layered with multiple tones, as though many spoke through one mouth, always pruning what wishes to grow wild. "Your meddling ends here." Darkness erupted from his fingertips, coalescing into barbed tendrils that lashed toward Hobbit. Diving beneath the royal bed, the gardener narrowly escaped their grasp, hearing them shred the tapestry he had hidden behind moments before. "You cannot stop what was set in motion centuries ago," Vermithrax continued, stalking around the bed. "The entity rises, the king fades. Soon, the crown will have a new bearer worthy of its power." "You're right about one thing," Hobbit called, rolling suddenly from beneath the opposite side of the bed. "The crown deserves a worthy bearer." With all his strength, he hurled the oracle's vial, not at the king as Vermithrax clearly expected, but at the chamber doors which burst open at that precise moment to admit Prince Therin and a figure in battle-worn robes of crimson and gold. The vial shattered against the newcomer's outstretched palm, its contents igniting into white flame that raced up her arm without burning her flesh. Nivara, for it could be none other, stepped forward, her resemblance to the royal family unmistakable despite the years of separation. "Brother," she addressed the prone king, her voice carrying power that made the crown's tendrils recoil. "I have come home," Vermithrax howled, his form beginning to unravel like smoke in strong wind. "Too late, The merger nears completion. What followed was a battle not of swords, but of wills and ancient power. As Prince Therin engaged the royal guards loyal to Vermithrax, Nivara approached the bed where her brother lay suspended between life and consumption. Hobbit, acting on knowledge that seemed to flow from the very air of the sacred chamber, climbed onto the bed and placed his hands on the crown itself. Searing pain shot through his fingers, yet he held fast, becoming the conduit through which Nivara's purifying flame could reach the crown's core. Through that connection, Hobbit glimpsed momentarily the vast, ancient intelligence within the metal, not evil by nature, but corrupted through centuries of isolation and manipulation. He felt, rather than heard, Nivara speaking the true names of her royal lineage, invoking blood right and obligation, not to destroy the entity, but to renew the ancient compact that had been betrayed. With a sound like a mountain cracking, the crown released its hold on King Eldrath. The shadow essence coalesced above the bed in a writhing mass before being drawn back into the crown itself, which now glowed with balanced light and darkness properly contained. As the king gasped his first untainted breath in months, Vermithrax made a final desperate lunge toward the crown. It was Hobbit, overlooked until the last moment, who intercepted him, driving the sharp point of his pruning shears into the advisor's chest. Instead of blood, shadows poured from the wound, dissipating into nothing as the physical form crumpled to reveal not a man, but a construct of animated ash and bone. In the days that followed, healing began for both king and kingdom. Nivara, welcomed home as the royal sister long lost, assumed guardianship of the crown of ashes, wearing it for the ceremonial minutes required before returning it to newly warded vaults. The eastern forces, revealed to be refugees and exiles she had gathered over decades of preparation, integrated peacefully into Aelorian society. King Eldrath, though weakened by his ordeal, resumed his rule with renewed wisdom, elevating Prince Therin to formal co-regent to ease his recovery. Among his first decrees was the formal recognition of Hobbit as royal savior, granting him and all small folk the status of full citizens rather than auxiliary subjects. Yet for Hobbit himself, the greatest reward came on the first evening he returned to his beloved gardens. The moon blossoms, which had withered during the king's corruption, burst into unprecedented bloom at his approach. As he tended them by twilight's gentle glow, he reflected that true power rarely resided in crowns or thrones, but in the humble hands that nurture life and protect it from encroaching shadows.